Look, I found a new mod for this game! 700 ping, oh hell yeah. Oh, God didn't let me type. Look at this design. Oh, it's no more music, but I'm the reskin.
On Saturday.
Star spotted. What?
I'm from June 6th to June 4th.
Yes, I know.
Because of the upgrade.
Yes. And I'm
So
getting you
I won't
31. Come on.
like
Ah!
3 days. 3 days. Oh, what is it?
It's not full. Fastest shell ever! POV, the fastest shell ever recorded. Mario history. Give me that fucking star. So freaking good. But where's the freaking weather? Give me that mango! Another one! Whoa!
The day would never.
Oh, pipes look so cool! Oh my god!
Here, round the corner. The two two, but the mountain himself.
I'm gonna try.
Fear of the mountain king.
I'm not dying, bro. What the heck? Take that. I have 4 stars. Oh, my win! I smell that. Oh, Whoa! I win again! Wow, someone's already.
What the?
Is it still here? Oh, no clicking sounds. Cool. Oh, it's here. It was only for yesterday. Okay. But they added new clicking sounds. That's so cool. Okay.
To prevent spontaneous combustion and reduce dust. During the transportation, the vibration from the train causes the friction between coal, which can lead to fire.
Oh my god. Damn! Okay, I guess. Oh my gosh, bro.
La 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 la.
Sure, take that, buddy.
Get over here!
Oh my god.
Get over here! 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 Let me break it down for you. Get over here! Get over here!
What the heck just happened? That was weird.
Get over here! Get over here! Get over here!
When the light is running low and the shadows start to grow, and the places that you know seem like fantasy, there's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold, with the truth, the promise in our
Let me break it down for you, Mark. Let me break it down.
Hamburger.
Get over here! Yay! Get over here! Yay! Let me break it down for you. Let me break it down for you. Let me break it down for you, Mark.
judge and but enjoying that falls pretty much comments in the country as long as that's a temporary order. So I think that the Trump administration will prevail on some of this stuff. At the end of the day, even with this large endowment, attrition is
Only possible for drainage areas.
when it's being forced on all of these.
Yes, I give it to her. What? Because I can get out. It's just simple as that. Hey, someone's my avatar. Oh yeah, I'm gonna change it. Potential for heavy rainfall. Cool. Numerous thunderstorms. Oh shoot.
Get over here!
Or as your colleagues at the Crimson put it, quote, they are talking about the human costs of playing politics. What's it like on the campus right now? What are the conversations?
Right. Look, I think it's really a moment of confusion and anxiety for many international students on campus. When we saw the Department of Homeland Security strike down last Thursday, the immediate question for many international students was, what does this actually mean for me? Especially for graduating students who are set to walk across the stage at Harvard's commencement ceremony tomorrow. It was a question of, am I going to be by next week? What we see among students is really a sense of frustration that is resulting in Zoom calls like we just saw among alumni. That is the same case when we see protests being held on campus. And I think the messaging here is really important because we see that these protests that are being held just days before commencement, they're inviting faculty, they're inviting friends, and they're inviting families as well. So the record turnout at these protests, we're going to continue to see the standoff develop.
You know, for so long, Harvard has been the place in the world for the best and brightest. They aspire to go to Harvard. How real is the fear that either they will not be allowed to go to Harvard?
Haha. Oh, never mind.
Anything you can note here is that we saw the directive coming last Thursday. That's what this is meaning. That on Friday, Harvard was granted a restraining order and judge wanted the DHS will enforce that directive. But like we saw, there's a new directive now to place a pause in student visa interviews, and there's still an open question of what's
Hell nah.
So really, for international students, it's a mix of confusion and that development for them really being able to confront the world and being able to today on the information as the stand-up continues to develop both political and policy.
Marie, the amount of resources, time, energy needed for the State Department, first of all, to scrub all these posts of social media, to determine who is what the administration deems as not acceptable. Trying to control what we can say.
I think it's about punishing what people say and holding them in the Trump administration's mind to account for any criticism of the president himself or the administration or any of their policies. And I think this is one thing that we really should understand is that this is exactly the fight they want. One, but two, remember that in power play, the Trump administration holds all of the actual power. They can prevent these kids from coming. They can kick these kids out. They can determine who can and can't enter the country for any reason. So I think that's one thing that
break it. Medic gaming!
Hamburger.
Get over here! Yes, sir! Get over here! Get over here! Get over here! Get over here! Over here! Get over here! Get over here! Over here! Get over! Get over here! Get over here! Get over! Get over here! 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 Get down for you. Let me break it down for you. Cylinder. Get over here! Get over here! Get over here! I'm Steve. I love crushing love. Whoa! Cylinder. I'm Steve. Just wanna make it feel. La 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 la. Steve's loving chicken, yes. Tasty as hell. Oh, mama said that night you're ringing that bell. It's been just a night. Super spicy. It's a level of Get over here! Get over here! Get over here! TNT, witness and goodness. Chicken, diamond, I'm Steve. I just wanna play with Steve. Get over here. Let me break it down for you. I am Steve. I Steve. I Steve. Let me break it down for you, Mark.
Dude, I'm so crazy.
Rewrite history to change what is taught about who we are.
Yeah, look, they don't want to study the same race. They don't want to study the same thing. Why is GPA? They don't want anything to study. They'll make it work. Because they don't want people deciding that we should regulate big business or enforce equal rights under the law for everybody in the United States. So yes, of course, how we understand our president and what the situation of the president's just is sort of reliant on interpretation. You can see it's like version of what America is supposed to be. They don't want people coming to the conclusion that the present hierarchy in which all these people.
Yo, what the heck? Oh, hell nah, bro. Wait, what the heck? Wait, can we do that? Wait a minute. Yo! I did it! What? Oh, hell yeah, bro.
They go after education. Go after
Keep making
knowledge,
grind.
because when you go after education, you go after knowledge, it's easier to manipulate people. It's easier to keep them in line. And now
Oh, look at that.
Trump and his allies see highly educated people in the aggregate as kind of class in the Banco Project. Highly educated voters have trended leftward in recent elections, a phenomenon that has not so coincidentally appeared alongside the
I
conservative.
want to use a different avatar.
That higher education must be brought under white.
Because the skirt disappeared.
So I wonder what
Oh, damn.
the allegation embedded in how Donald Trump is using it.
It's not in the second administration. That's the first administration.
Hell nah, bro.
It's MAGA. It's not conservative.
As the enemy. There's a lot
Noodles.
Let me break it down for you, Mark. Let me break it down for you. Get over here! Get over here!
Donald Trump should step in and say, "I want you to get Donald Trump aligned professors in there, and I'm going to hold you to this, and I want you to do this or else, and I'm going to take away your ability to enroll internationally."
Get over here!
We have our first tropical depression. Shoot.
Well, let's talk more about President Trump's actions against universities and international students. Jason
Tropical
Stanley is
depression
an
1E.
expert and professor at the University of Toronto. He recently left his post at Yale in protest of the Trump administration's actions. Good to have you with us, Professor. Harvard has been the most vocal about opposing President Trump's demands for universities, and so that school has also faced the most what appears to be retribution. Has Harvard's approach been effective in your view?
Well, it's not a matter of being effective. It's the only possible approach. They're going to smash the universities. All dictators smash universities.
Well, the alternative is capitulation. It's agreeing to the terms that the administration lays out, which we saw with universities like Columbia.
Yeah, Columbia's had 3 presidents in 12 months. Nothing like this has ever happened in U.S. history. So Columbia is barely. The last president, the president who capitulated, Katrina Armstrong, was fired immediately.
Tropical cyclone Syria.
That it wasn't going to be as extreme as the terms suggested. So universities can't. Russia has universities, I suppose. Harvard could be a university in Russia. But they're going to try to stuff universities with Trump supporters, and the main thing is they want to show that they own the universities, that the main authority is the dictator. And when you have these great universities, the United States has the greatest university system in the world, that's a threat to the authority of the dictator, and that's a threat to the glory of the dictator, right? I mean, when people around the world think of the United States, they think of Harvard, not Trump.
Well, and you talk about the attack on the university as a whole, but why do you think the administration has made such a big show of targeting international students?
Well, everyone in the world comes to the United States to study at our great universities. There's no other country like it. They're the crown jewel, really, of this country. So if you want to crush that aspect of America, if you want to crush that aspect of our greatness, you target that. You say, we're no longer a place where you can come for freedom. People come to America for freedom. So my parents came from fascism in Europe to freedom. Think about what you're saying when you're saying that international students must bend their knees to American greatness. That's not freedom. So this attack, the specificity of this attack that's saying international students cannot have freedom of speech, cannot have freedom of thought ever, and then taking away international students says Harvard is no longer, or our universities are no longer internationally great. So you're literally telling the world these are no longer international institutions. They're like.
It would seem like counterproductive for somebody who wants to be great, known as being great. What do you make of the extra social media screening plan by this administration?
Well, it's an attack on freedom, which any authoritarian government does. So as you said earlier in this program, you first say, oh, you're going after criminals, but then now you're going after the freedom of thought, the freedom of speech of international students who come to our country to enjoy those freedoms. That's why they come to our country rather than going to universities in their home countries. So when you attack their freedoms, you're attacking freedom itself. You're attacking the connection between America and freedom. And what we're supposed to replace it with is, saluting the flag and Donald Trump.
The public face of Trump's immigration agenda has been what he's dubbed the border czar, Tom Homan, and he was on Fox last night boasting about the lack of constraints on this White House. Listen.
Well, we just got police coming. I've seen one on social media saying people are dangerous. Any of their co-workers that Congress people that were at our work facility, there'd be consequences. Well, guess what? We did it. I'm waiting on the consequences.
In a way, he's right. The courts have only minimally.
Yeah, it shouldn't take this long. Whoa! Here we go!
Luigi.
Trivago compares hotel prices.
Here we go.
Get the mega.
From this university that all culminated in a rally here.
Luigi.
The federal judge who blocked Trump's ban.
Here we go.
Everybody should double do. Circle. Wow.
Pushback against Ivy League schools for all
Very nice. Thanks.
Luigi.
Said had these substantial and still they're invested, they can offer
Hiya.
and I think what the president has suggested is
Hiya.
sometimes these endowments at the top. I think taking a look at all of these issues, it's always a
Hiya.
into
Hiya.
this endowment. This endowment
Is there a camera?
we use this
What the heck is this? Oh my gosh! Yo! Yo, what the hell? Nah, this is insane. This is insane.
Hiya.
What the heck?
Hiya. Hiya.
What is it? What is up there? Is that a challenge spot? What is that?
Thunder.
To train people.
You can get access to doctor-trusted treatments for hair loss, weight loss, and price for you. No insurance, and online process to find high-quality healthcare at the Trump administration.
No, bro.
I knew they canceled all partners with the university.
Luigi.
It's the league. Keep it teased.
Last night
Thunder.
Neil Garrett is a serious person. How do you feel when you're scared?
Thunder. Hiya. Hiya.
Bro, stop.
Voting Harvard's student enrollment. The Trump administration.
Luigi.
The letter accused Harvard of discriminating
Oh, no.
classes and the discrimination well-being of Jewish students. An accusation President Trump has made in recent weeks.
They're very anti.
Hiya.
And above all, disrespect him.
Hiya.
The federal judge who blocked the Trump administration's ban on foreign students here at Vlad, regarding the new pause on all student visas. To put that into some context, 1.3 million foreign students were students here in 2023, and we had to pay tuition. So some of these schools will be from ways to make it up.
Luigi.
The Trump administration planning to
Hiya. Hiya. Hiya.
Clearly not. For a long time,
Hiya.
I didn't want to say that. I don't want the father of my children to this communication. Then over the years, I thought, well, he already got it.
Hiya.
You know, I need to do what's best for me.
Hiya. Hiya.
I can't not address the elephant in the room.
I also will just say, and I'm sure so many people watching right now are feeling fuck you. Fuck you. The fact that you, again, When you know
Hiya.
this marriage is completely
Hiya.
over and
Hiya.
tell me.
Conversation that we
Hiya.
had.
Here we go!
I don't know, something
Hiya.
feels really strange about tomorrow.
Hiya.
I don't know if it's gonna be the next day.
No.
We're in the living room, you know, my dad was just sleeping and said, I'm not happy. And said, what? Why are you talking about this now? Why are you doing this now? I have a fight tomorrow. Like, can't you just be a little bit more sympathetic to me? And I was like, I had to say it right now. I'm really not happy. Like, I
Luigi.
There's a Jewish university, Yeshiva University.
Your devices are listening. It also said, try caramel big cup.
Hold on to your dice. Let's go!
Download Monopoly Go and play the new Star Wars event today.
And I'm Carly Shimkins. We start with Doug Levator, who is live in Washington with the very latest on the White House's student visa decision, which is one of the stories of the day. Hey, Doug.
Carly and Todd, good morning. This is just a temporary pause, according to what a U.S. official told the Associated Press, but it would represent another escalation in the administration's efforts to push back against elite universities and colleges. This latest effort, for now at least, would end the scheduling of new visa interviews for foreign students hoping to come to the U.S. to study. And there are a number of reports that the government is using this time to expand its social media marketing process.
It seems to be such a controversial thing that's going on, but it shouldn't be. And every nation should take seriously and does who's coming in. So if you're going to be applying for a visa, follow the normal process, the normal steps, to be looked at, and go on from there.
Critics say universities need to address, among others,
Visa is a yes. He conflated the idea. This is anti-Semitism.
And at the same time, the White House is taking another step, telling federal agencies to cancel.
Surrounding all of this?
I certainly hope so. I've been encouraging that on our campus for months now. To meet with Putin or meet with Kim, or certainly meet with President Garber. This conflict is going to hurt both sides.
So what?
The only people winning right now is the Chinese Communist Party, who's going to be laughing at the way our institutions of higher learning are
How did you find the challenge? What the heck? There's actually no way. What?
What do you mean by that? That the only winner here is the CCP?
Well, you know what? I think China sees, the CCP sees science as a battle space, and right now, when you shut down funding, these are competitive grants that Harvard competes for to do research in the nation's interest. I think that when you shut down the science and technology machine in the United States, and that's what universities, these tier one research universities have become. They've become economic engines driving the science and technology that kind of defines the knowledge economy today. When they grind to a halt with lack of funding, then the only people that win are our competitors. And if the Chinese see science as a battle space, we don't recognize science as a battle space. We should. It's a gaping hole in our national security policies. They win. They get ahead. And science is very fast these days. So when these labs are shut down, whether it's at Harvard or other universities, we're as a nation.
Well, one of President Trump's demands, Kit, is for Harvard to provide a list of its foreign students so they can know about President Trump's personality, to know that it will likely bother him to no end to see foreign protesters protesting at Harvard and learn that 90% of its enrollees come from other countries. So do you think that that is a demand that Harvard will work with the president on and provide that list? I think it might go a long way in going back to normalcy here.
I think it's a reasonable request on the part of the president. I think it's a reasonable request on the part of the State Department to follow up on these students who've been given visas to come into the U.S. For the most part, they're studying hard. They come to
these beacons of democracy called American universities. They're working very hard for us, and many of them want to stay here. It's a privilege to come here to the United States to study. And our institutions of higher education are soft power projection platforms and knowledge economy. They're very important to the nation's interests. Important to President Trump's vision of a golden age for post-COVID-19.
Luigi.
These universities are so it's important that universities are the same way the administration's request is perfectly reasonable, fair, and I think it's
in terms of where they see all of this going.
On the international science stage.
Just fall in! What the heck?
Well, it's pretty chaotic, of course.
Luigi.
We're doing exactly the same the DEI stuff, all of what they were talking about then, and they were threatening the so this is the toolkit.
Girl, what?
Luigi.
And the fact that the media is actually paying attention. Alan Garber's very, very good. That's a very reasonable, tough guy.
I can't see him! Oh, what? Are you invisible? This is so bugged. Why am I here? Oh, what the heck? This is so fun! Yo, I actually saw Scrubulous. Like, I didn't respond to this challenge doesn't even work.
What became of them? One of them became a murderer.
Luigi.
That's spreading all over the country.
If you need to Shake your inside.
Also remains in effect for the Panhandle of Texas until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For your safety, if you are in the warned area, please move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Stay safe out there, y'all. All right, folks, let's get an update on that severe thunderstorm warning that's still in effect for southeastern Beaver County in the Panhandle of Oklahoma and northeastern Lipscomb County in the Panhandle of Texas. As of 7:54 p.m. Central Daylight Time, that severe thunderstorm was located near Elmwood, about 14 miles south of Beaver, and it's moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. We're talking about hazards here like ping pong ball size hail and wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. This means minor damage to roofs, siding, and trees is possible, and people and animals outdoors could be injured, with expected hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Locations impacted include Elmwood, Follett, and DeRusit. This warning continues until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so you've got about another hour and 6 minutes to stay vigilant. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And just a reminder, a tornado watch remains in effect for the Panhandle of Oklahoma and the Panhandle of Texas until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Hey Caleb, glad you're enjoying the music on my channel. You know, I actually have my own album out. Stream Songs 2025 Volume 1 by Yellbot on Yell Sound. You can find it on Spotify, Apple Music, and more.
Yes!
This just in. We have a breaking severe weather report out of Beaver County, Oklahoma. Emergency management confirms golf ball-sized hail, that's 1 3/4 inch hail, impacting an area 2 miles north of Elmwood. This was reported just about 13 minutes ago. Stay tuned. We'll bring you more details as they arrive. Breaking news just into the Y'all Bot newsroom. An urgent storm report from Oklahoma. A destructive 87-mile-per-hour thunderstorm wind gust has just been confirmed 8 miles west of Slapout in Beaver County. This Messanet report indicates the severe gust occurred around 7:35 p.m. Central Time, approximately 30 minutes ago. This report corrects a previous one, and also notes that winds of 61 miles per hour continued in the area through 7:40 p.m. Winds of this magnitude are extremely dangerous and capable of causing significant damage. We'll bring you more as it comes in.
For the U.S. moving forward.
Breaking news, y'all. The National
Wix, one platform.
Elected was 65% of the vote mandate. He has a degree from Harvard.
Eastern Comanche counties in Kansas, lasting until about 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This strong thunderstorm could bring wind gusts up to 55 miles per hour and penny-sized hail, so be aware.
You know, this
SY?
All right, y'all, let's get an update on that severe thunderstorm warning that continues for southeastern Beaver County. a powerful storm located about 8 miles southeast of Elmwood miles per hour. This storm is packing a serious punch with 2 and Darazet. You need to pay close attention. Expect considerable damage. People and animals outdoors could be injured, and you'll likely see hail damage to roofs, sides, until 9 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time, so that's for about 53 more minutes. For your protection, move to an interior room on the Okay, checking a camera on US 98 at Ralston Road. There's a severe thunderstorm watch nearby, so we're watching for any developing storms. Warning for folks in northeastern Baca County in southeastern Colorado. This warning is in effect until 7:30 p.m. MDT, giving you about 38 minutes remaining. At 6:51 p.m. MDT, radar indicated a severe thunderstorm located about 8 miles east of Two Buttes or 12 miles west of the Saunders Elevator. This storm is moving southeast at 30 miles per hour and is packing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-size hail, which is about 1¼ inches. Expect hail damage to vehicles and significant wind damage. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Eastern Colorado until 9 p.m. MDT.
Hello. It looks like it's better on the speaker. Dang it, later. It stops. Dang. Somebody say something. Hello. Hello.
It's still on the book for 15 minutes here. At 8:15 p.m. and it's chugging along at 30 miles per hour.
From Topeka.
It's 2.5 inches, folks, and 60-mile-per-hour wind.
Chilling with a sickness, so hello.
And you can expect some real damage to roofs, siding.
New York, are you there? Audio input.
don't venture out just yet. We'll keep you updated. Issued for northern Ochiltree County in the Panhandle of Texas. This warning is in effect thunderstorm located 5 miles north of Farnsworth, miles per hour. This storm brings significant hazards. Expect ping pong. Minor damage to roofs, siding, and trees. People and animals.
There is a full-on article on Hamburger
Wolf
WX.
Creek Park, Waukesha, Perryton, and Farnsworth. A tornado watch also remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the Panhandle of Texas. Everyone.
That's crazy.
All right, folks, let's get an update on the ongoing severe thunderstorm.
How come nobody's talking?
Located 17 miles northeast of Kim, or 32 miles west of Springfield, and it's chugging along to the southeast at 20 miles per hour. It's packing a punch with expect hail damage to vehicles and wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees.
Is anybody in the stream?
7:30 p.m. MDT. For your protection, remember to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building, and with a heavy rain coming down, do not drive your vehicle through any flooded roadways. Also, a tornado watch remains in effect there. Northeastern Lipscomb County in the Panhandle of Texas. This storm was located 7 miles northwest of Darrozette, or 21 miles. Folks, the primary hazards with this storm are a tornado and large hail, up to for highly probable. The communities specifically impacted by this warning include Follett, to take cover now. Move immediately to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Pretty at about 75 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind is coming out of We've got some scattered and broken clouds hanging out up there. The good news is things are going to get a bit active. You could see between 1/10 and 1/4 of an inch of rain. The wind will be from the south. It will shift to the northwest, blowing 6 to 10 miles per hour, and But then, get ready for some sunshine. Friday is looking real nice. Of 83, and Sunday bringing a slight chance of see those temperatures continue to climb into the mid to upper 80s next week, with chance Seward County, Kansas. There's a tornado watch nearby for severe weather conditions. All right, so the SPC has updated their day one convective outlook, and we've got a slight risk for severe storms from the central and southern plains down to the Gulf Coast. What's happening right now and into this afternoon and evening? Scattered severe storms are kicking off in eastern Colorado and northeast New Mexico. These will intensify and spread east across the southern and central high plains. Expect supercells capable of producing large to very large hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes. Early this evening, the tornado risk will be highest near the Colorado and Kansas border into southwest Kansas. Later tonight, these storms could grow into an MCS, that's a convective system, continuing the severe threat over the southern plains. Meanwhile, in western North Texas, stretching towards central Texas, think areas around Austin, storms are also firing up this afternoon. Transition to a Boeing complex with a damaging wind threat as they move east-southeast into the evening. A tornado or two is also possible there. And for the Gulf Coast, clusters of strong to severe storms are moving east. The primary threat Louisiana and Mississippi. Key cities in that slight risk include Austin, New Orleans, San Antonio, Dallas, and Fort Worth. Definitely stay weather aware through and tonight in these areas. Specifically around Follett and Derazette, in the panhandle of southeast at 30 miles per hour. This storm is radar is showing clear rotation, so this is a very dangerous situation. Remember, about 20 minutes left on this warning. It expires at 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you haven't already, take cover now. Get shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Y'all stay safe out there. All right, so here's your y'all there. The temperature is sitting pretty comfortable at about miles per hour. Visibility is good, y'all. Clear for about 10 miles. And the good news? No active weather alerts for the Memphis area at this time. Looking ahead to tonight, it's going to stay mostly cloudy, and that temperature will dip down to a low of around 60. Tiny chance of some light rain, but we're talking less than 1/10 of an inch, if anything. Thunderstorms popping up, especially after 10 a.m. That chance of getting wet is about 4%. And if those hit, you might see between 1/10 and 1/4 of an inch of rain. Winds will be light, coming in from the southeast at 0 to 5 miles per hour. Then, as we head into Thursday night, that rain chance bumps up to about 80, and we could see a bit more rain this time, maybe between early morning rain showers. For a beautiful weekend, Memphis. Saturday and Sunday are looking sunny, with highs in the low to mid 80s. Saturday near 82, and Sunday around 84. Perfect for whatever y'all got. Tuesday and Wednesday, all under mostly sunny skies. Cast for your neck of the woods, just send in a chat, and we'll get right to it. This warning continues for northwestern Hays County, eastern Llano County, and southwestern Burnett County. We have about 9:30 p.m. CDT. Radar continues to indicate a severe thunderstorm located. This storm is packing a punch with tennis ball size hail and wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Folks, that is serious business. Expect damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles from the hail. Vista, Bee Cave, Granite Shoals, or Horseshoe Bay. Room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Stay safe out there, y'all. Just in from the National East Central Las Animas counties in Colorado. Bringing wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour and penny-size hail to areas including is bringing wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour and pea-size hail to areas. Update on that severe thunderstorm warning that's still in effect for Texas. The National Weather Service continues to track the thunderstorm was located about 5 miles west of Follett. .35 miles per hour. This and damaging wind gusts, up with hazards including 2-inch hail and damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. We're talking considerable damage threat here. Expect some tree damage, and damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. People and animals outdoors will be injured, and you can expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Locations directly impacted include Follett and Daruzet. This warning remains in effect for about another 33 minutes, expiring at 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For your protection, if you are in the path of this storm, please move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And remember, a tornado watch also remains in effect for the Panhandle of Oklahoma and the Panhandle of Texas until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Just in from the National Weather Service, a special weather statement has been issued for strong thunderstorms impacting northeastern Fremont, southern Teller, and southwestern El Paso counties, including areas like Victor, Fountain, Security Widefield, Fort Carson, and Hanover. These storms could bring wind gusts up to 55 miles per hour and nickel-size hail. This statement is in effect through 8 p.m. MDT. All right, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning for northern Ochiltree County in the Panhandle of Texas. This warning continues until 9:15 p.m. CDT, so you've got about another 55 minutes to prepare. The severe thunderstorm that prompted this warning was last located about 5 miles north of Farnsworth, or 10 miles west of Perryton, and it's moving east at 25 miles per hour. This storm is packing a punch with ping-pong ball-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You can expect minor damage to roofs, siding, and trees, and folks, if you're caught outside, there's a risk of injury to people and animals. Also, prepare for hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Locations impacted include Wolf Creek Park, Waka, Perryton, and Farnsworth. For your protection, please move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. And just a reminder, a tornado watch remains in effect for the entire Panhandle of Texas until 10 p.m. CDT.
Call it a double dip, but I don't give a flip. Little blips they can rip.
All right, y'all, let's get an update on the ongoing tornado in effect. And this. We've got a severe storm capable of producing a tornado, located about 7 miles northwest of Daruzet, and it's chugging southeast at 30 miles per hour. This storm is packing a real punch with a tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Radar is showing clear rotation, so this is a very dangerous situation. Remember, if you're in the path, flying debris is a major danger, and mobile homes could be damaged or destroyed. You've got about 20 minutes left on this warning. It expires at 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you haven't already, take cover now. Get to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Stay away from those windows. If you're outdoors or in a mobile home or vehicle, find the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Y'all stay safe out there. Breaking news, y'all. Just in from the National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma. They've issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Ellis County and west central Woodward County, both in northwestern Oklahoma. This warning is in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So for the next about 40 minutes, at 8:34 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located over Follett, and it's moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. This storm is packing a serious punch, with hazards including 2-inch hail. That's about the size of a hen's egg, folks, and destructive 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The impacts from this are considerable. People and animals outdoors will be injured. You can expect significant hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. And those 60-mile-per-hour winds will cause damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations that are expected to be impacted include Shattuck, Arnett, Gage, Fargo, Tangier, and Catesby. For your protection, if you are in these areas, you need to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. This is not a drill, folks. This is a considerable threat. Stay safe, y'all, and stay tuned for updates. Just to update you on a report we received damage to vehicles and property. This is a dangerous situation for anyone in that area. We will continue monitoring developments closely. Stay safe out there. Breaking news. We have multiple severe storm reports coming in right now from the Texas Panhandle. We're seeing significant hail impacting Lipscomb County. First, in Derazette, Lipscomb County, Texas, 2-inch hail reported just 3 minutes ago. This is a high-impact event, folks. Also, just 2 miles west of Derazette, Texas, in Lipscomb County, another report of 2-inch hail, this one 4 minutes ago. Again, very dangerous, hen egg-sized hail there. Multiple dangerous storms are in progress. We're tracking all these reports closely. All right, moving on to flooding concerns, let's take a look at the latest WPC excessive rainfall outlook for Day 2, which covers Thursday into Friday morning. First up, the southeast is under a slight risk for excessive rainfall. We're looking at a combination of short waves and an approaching cold front bringing significant moisture. This impacts a broad area from the lower Mississippi Valley into the southeastern U.S. The WPC is highlighting the central Gulf Coast, where some spots, including urban centers from around Baton Rouge to Tallahassee, could see over 3 inches of rain. There's a 30 Thursday afternoon into early Friday. Given that places like Mississippi and Alabama have seen repeated heavy rain, flash flooding is a serious concern due to already saturated ground and low flash flood guidance. This slight risk has also been nudged a bit westward to include more of Louisiana for Thursday afternoon. Next, over in the Ohio Valley, there's a marginal risk. This covers parts of Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, and Indiana. An upper-level low will be pivoting through, triggering periods of convection. Rainfall amounts here could reach 1.5 to 2.5 inches, with the highest totals likely over the central Ohio Valley, including the Ohio River Basin. It's a marginal risk because the strongest atmospheric lift is a bit elevated, but still something to watch closely. And finally, down in Texas, there's also a marginal risk for excessive rainfall. We're expecting convection to fire up Thursday afternoon, starting in West Texas. The primary threat for heavier rain looks to be over southwest Texas. There's a little uncertainty about how far north the heavier rain will push because of that incoming cold front. So the northern edge of this risk area might see some adjustments. So definitely keep an eye on these areas for heavy downpours and potential flooding as we head through Thursday and into Friday. All right, folks, just in from the National Weather Service, we've got a special weather statement out for northwestern Harper and southwestern Kingman counties in Kansas. Expect a strong thunderstorm with wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour and penny-size hail, lasting until about 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Okay, checking a camera in Kyle. There's a severe thunderstorm warning nearby for damaging winds and hail. We're watching for any signs of that here. All right, so that flood warning continues for Bayou Dorcheat near Spring Hill, affecting parts of Louisiana and Arkansas. We're still seeing minor flooding, and this warning remains in effect until Monday evening. That's about 5 more days. Remember, if you live in those low-lying areas, make sure to move livestock to higher ground, and as always, turn around, don't drown.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you could be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. This is Eve. You know, it's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it, go for it.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued for eastern Fremont County in central Colorado. This warning is in effect until 8:15 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, which is for the next 33 minutes. At 7:42 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles south of Victor, or 24 miles southwest of Colorado Springs, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. This storm is packing a punch with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is all radar indicated, folks. Expect hail damage to vehicles and significant wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. If you're in Florence, Penrose, or Cannon City, you are directly in the path of this storm. For your safety, please move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Stay safe out there. Okay, checking a camera on US 50 at North Reynolds Avenue. There's a severe thunderstorm warning nearby, so we're watching for hail and any wind damage. Just coming in now, folks, we have an urgent storm report. Golf ball-sized hail, that's 1.75-inch hail, has been reported 4 miles southeast of DeRozette in Lipscomb County, Texas. This public report via MPing came in just about 10 minutes ago. We'll bring you more as we get it. All right, so the BC has updated their Day 2 outlook for Thursday, and the main headline is a slight risk for severe thunderstorms. This covers an area from the Texas-New Mexico border eastward into central Texas, valid for Thursday afternoon through early Thursday night. For folks in that slight risk, which includes cities like Midland, Odessa, Abilene, Killeen, and Waco, Texas, storms are expected to develop late Thursday afternoon out west and then track east-southeastward through the overnight. The SPC is highlighting the potential for initial supercells capable of producing isolated very large hail. As these storms evolve into the evening, they could merge into clusters, bringing a threat of damaging winds. And yes, a couple of tornadoes will also be possible with those initial supercells, or how the storms interact. Surrounding this, there is a broader marginal risk. This includes major Texas cities like Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, and Houston, so you will want to stay weather aware there too. Looking eastward, into the Mid-South for Thursday evening, we are talking eastern Arkansas up towards the confluence of the Mississippi and Ohio rivers. They could see a broken band of storms with a low-end threat for some wind damage and perhaps a couple of tornadoes. And finally, down in the southeast for Thursday afternoon and evening. That is southeast Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, and across southern and central Georgia, including Jacksonville, Florida, which is in that marginal risk. Scattered storms are likely, and the SPC notes they might even need to upgrade parts of this region to a slight risk for wind in later updates, so we will be watching that closely. So, to sum it up for Thursday, the primary concern is that slight risk corridor in Texas for very large hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes. Keep it tuned here for the latest. All right, checking back in on that severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Beaver County in Oklahoma and eastern Lipscomb County in Texas. This warning continues and is still in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time tonight. So you've got about 16 minutes left on this one, folks, but it's still dangerous. At 8:43 p.m. Central Daylight Time, the severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles south of Follett, or 11 miles northeast of Lipscomb. It's moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. This storm is packing a punch with 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, confirmed by public reports. Expect considerable damage. That means tree damage, likely damage to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. If you're outdoors, you could be injured, and expect that large hail to damage roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Follett, you are still squarely in the path of this storm. For your protection, you need to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Stay away from windows. And a reminder, a tornado watch remains in effect for the Panhandle of Oklahoma and the Panhandle of Texas until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Alright, so here's your y'all cast for Newark, New Jersey. Right now, over at Newark International Airport, it's about 7:51 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, May 28th. We're looking at light rain falling, with the temperature sitting at a cool 55 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind is coming out of the east-northeast at around 9 miles per hour. And it's pretty cloudy out there, y'all, with humidity at 77%. Good news is, there are no active weather alerts for the Newark area at this time. Now for tonight, that light rain is expected to continue, pretty much a sure thing with a 90% chance. Expect a low around 57 degrees with those east winds blowing between 7 and 12 miles per hour. We could see anywhere from a quarter to half of an inch of new rain by morning. Looking ahead to Thursday, there's still a chance of rain, about 50%, mainly before 2 p.m. Otherwise, it'll be mostly cloudy with a high near 73 degrees. Winds will shift to the north at 6 to 10 miles per hour. Any additional rain should be between a tenth and quarter of an inch. Things stay wet into the weekend, y'all. Friday night looks like more rain, maybe some thunderstorms, with an 80% chance for that. And we could pick up another half to 3/4 of an inch of rain. Saturday continues that pattern with rain and storms likely, and a high around 69. But then, glory be, Sunday brings mostly sunny skies and a high near 70. And it just gets warmer from there, looking at a mostly sunny high of 86 by next Wednesday. So, a bit soggy for the next few days, Newark. But some real nice weather is on the horizon. Remember, y'all can always request your own y'all casts through Super Chat. Just in from the National Weather Service, y'all. A special weather statement is out for parts of central Jefferson, east central Lafourche, and west central Plaquemines parishes, including Myrtle Grove, Lafitte, Barataria, Jean Lafitte, and Port Sulphur, until 9:45 p.m. CDT. This strong thunderstorm brings a risk of water spouts over marine areas and winds over 40 miles per hour, so secure any loose objects and head inside if you're outdoors. Okay, checking a camera on Colorado 115. There's a severe thunderstorm warning nearby for hail and damaging winds, so we're watching for these impacts. All right. So we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for northwestern Ellis County and west central Woodward County in northwestern Oklahoma. This warning is going to stay in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Right now, a severe thunderstorm was located over Follett, and it's moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. This storm is packing a serious punch with 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Folks, that's a considerable damage threat, meaning people and animals outdoors could get injured, and we're looking at potential hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles, plus wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Areas like Shattuck, Arnett, Gage, Fargo, Tangier, and Catesby are all in the path. For your safety, please move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. You've got about another 40 minutes before this warning is set to expire. Okay, just to update you on a report we received moments ago. At 8:25 p.m. Central Time, significant hail impacted Darrozet in Lipscomb County, Texas. We are talking about 2-inch diameter hail, that is hen egg-sized hail, folks capable of causing substantial damage to vehicles and property. This is a dangerous situation for anyone in that area. We will continue monitoring developments closely. Stay safe out there. If you're just now tuning in, here's what the SPC is saying with their latest update. Strong to severe storms are still on the table this evening for the central and southern plains, with a more isolated threat in the southeast. In the Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas Panhandle region, including southeast Colorado and southwest Kansas, storm clusters will likely continue tonight. Right now, supercells there could bring large to very large hail, strong gusts, and maybe a tornado or two. Cities like Amarillo and Pueblo stay alert. Later tonight, these storms could merge, bringing damaging winds into southern Kansas around Wichita and western and central Oklahoma. Central Texas, you're also under a slight risk. A couple of intense supercells moving southeast could produce large to very large hail and severe gusts, especially around Austin and Killeen, before weakening later. Over in the southeast, a weakening storm band from Louisiana to Mississippi and Alabama might still pack some gusty winds this evening. Isolated strong storms are possible there overnight into early Thursday. So the key slight risk zones are southeast Colorado, northeast New Mexico, the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles, southern Kansas, western and central Oklahoma, and central Texas. A broader marginal risk includes Oklahoma City, Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio. Just in from the National Weather Service, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for parts of the panhandle of Texas. This warning includes southwestern Lipscomb, northeastern Carson, eastern Hutchinson, northwestern Gray, Roberts, northwestern Hemphill, and southeastern Ochiltree counties. It's in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, which is for the next 1 hour and 22 minutes. At 8:53 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from about 6 miles west of Booker to 3 miles southeast of Stinnett, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. The primary hazards are ping-pong ball-size hail up to 1.50 inches and damaging wind gusts of up to 60 miles per hour. Folks, this means minor damage to roofs, siding, and trees is possible. People and animals outdoors will be injured by this hail, so get inside. Also, expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Areas impacted include Wolf Creek Park, Skellytown, Canadian, Laura, White Deer, Pampa, Kingsmill, Glacier, Codman, Miami, and Borger. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And remember, a tornado watch remains in effect for the panhandle of Texas until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so stay vigilant. All right, so here's your Yellcast for Baltimore, Maryland. Listen up, Charm City. Right now, round the Inner Harbor, it's feeling like 62 degrees Fahrenheit. The dew point's at 57, so it's a bit on the humid side, y'all, with that relative humidity sitting high at about 84%. The pressure's holding steady, round 30.11 inches. Good news, folks. No active weather alerts to worry about at the moment. Now, for tonight, better grab your umbrellas. We're looking at rain showers, especially early on, then a chance of more showers mixed with some patchy fog developing as the night goes on. That low's gonna dip to around 59 degrees. You'll feel a north wind at 5 to 10 miles per hour, with gusts possibly hitting 20. And get this, there's an 80% chance of rain, and we could see a good drenching. Anywhere from ½ an inch to 3/4 of an inch is possible. For your Thursday, that patchy fog might stick around till about 9 a.m., but then things should clear up to partly sunny skies with a high near 79. Winds will be light out of the west. The chance for showers and thunderstorms, y'all, is gonna linger through Thursday night, Friday, and even into Saturday. So keep that rain gear handy. We might see some more decent rainfall on Friday too. But hold on to your crab cakes, because by Sunday, the sun is busting through. We're talking sunny skies and a high near 77, and that gorgeous weather looks set to roll right into early next week, with temperatures even climbing into the low 80s. So a bit of a wet spell first, but a beautiful finish to the weekend is coming your way. And remember, y'all, if you want your own personalized Y'allcast, just send in a request through Super Chat. Just in from the National Weather Service in Amarillo, Texas, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for eastern Lipscomb County in the panhandle of Texas. This warning is in effect until 10 o'clock p.m., Central Daylight Time, so for about the next hour and 3 minutes. At 8:57 p.m., Central Daylight Time, radar indicated a severe thunderstorm located about 6 miles south of Follett, or 10 miles northeast of Lipscomb. This dangerous storm is moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. Folks, the hazards with this storm are significant. Expect tennis ball size hail, which is 2.50 inches in diameter, and damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. This is a considerable threat for damage. If you're in its path, expect some tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Please be aware that people and animals outdoors will be injured by the hail, so get inside. Also, prepare for hail damage to your roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Locations that will be impacted by this storm include Lipscomb, Higgins, and Follett. And a quick reminder, a tornado watch remains in effect for the panhandle of Texas until 10 o'clock p.m., Central Daylight Time. For your protection, if you are in the warned area, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Do not stay outside. All right, so that severe thunderstorm warning continues for central Ochiltree County here in Texas. If you're near Perryton, Wolf Creek Park, or Farnsworth, you're still under the gun. As of 8:34 p.m. CDT, this severe thunderstorm was located right near Perryton, and it's chugging along to the east at 25 miles per hour. We're talking about ping-pong ball size hail, that's 1.50 inches, and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour with the storm. Expect minor damage to roofs, siding, and trees, and folks, if you're caught outside, there's a risk of injury from that hail. This warning is in effect for another 41 minutes, expiring at 9:15 p.m. CDT. For your safety, make sure you're moving to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. And, just a reminder, a tornado watch also remains in effect for the panhandle of Texas until 10 p.m. CDT. All right, camera in Canyon City on US 50 at North Orchard Avenue. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for hail and damaging winds nearby, so we're watching for any actual hail or strong wind gusts. All right, quick look at the CPC 6 to 10 day temperature outlook for June 3rd through June 7th. We're looking at below normal temperatures, favored for most areas west of the Continental Divide. East of the Divide, expect generally above normal temperatures, with the strongest chances over the Great Lakes region. Alaska is trending cooler than average, while Hawaii looks warmer. Okay, checking a camera on US 50. There's a severe thunderstorm warning, with hail and damaging winds nearby. So we're watching for those conditions. Just in from the National Weather Service, a flood warning has been issued for parts of Louisiana, specifically the Calcasieu River near the saltwater barrier. Minor flooding is occurring there, and this warning is in effect from this evening until late tomorrow morning. Just in from the National Weather Service, a flood warning has been issued for the Vermilion River at Lafayette, specifically the Surrey Street Gauge. Minor flooding is forecast, impacting Hayman Park off of Highway 90, and this warning runs from Thursday afternoon through late Friday evening. Okay, checking back in on that flash flood warning for northeastern Beaver County and the Oklahoma Panhandle. Heavy rain continues to fall, with flash flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly in areas like Knowles. Y'all need to know this warning is in effect for another 3 hours and 4 minutes, until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time tonight. So please remember, turn around, don't drown. Just in from the National Weather Service, a special weather statement has been issued for Randall, southeastern Oldham, eastern Deaf Smith, and southern Potter counties, including Amarillo and Hereford, for the next 26 minutes. Strong thunderstorms are expected with wind gusts up to 55 miles per hour, which could blow around unsecured objects. Okay, so looking at the excessive rainfall outlook from the WPC for today into tonight, we've got a slight risk for flash flooding. That's a 15% chance or higher across two main zones. First, central and southern Kansas and far northwestern Oklahoma. This is a new upgrade for this evening. Expect thunderstorms, possibly in a line, with some back-building potential thanks to Gulf moisture. Soils are already saturated, so heavy rain could quickly become runoff. Second, in Texas, the slight risk continues.
Bathfitter does showers? That's right. We offer a wide selection of beautiful and functional showers. We can even convert your bath into a shower. Get yours today. Bathfitter. It just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
I've been waiting for this. Come to me, Ifrit!
Central and southern Kansas and that upper Texas coast and central Texas corridor need to be especially vigilant for flash flooding today and tonight. All right, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Ellis and southwestern Woodward counties in Oklahoma. That storm is continuing to move southeast at 25 miles per hour, currently located about 6 miles northwest of Shattuck. We're still looking at some serious hazards with this one, including 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's enough to cause considerable damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles, and it's dangerous for folks and animals outdoors. If you're in or near Shattuck, Arnett, Gage, Fargo, or Catesby, you're still under this warning. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. This warning is set to expire pretty soon, at 9:15 p.m. CDT, so we've only got about 11 more minutes on this one. Okay, checking a camera on Highway 115. There's a severe thunderstorm warning nearby for hail that can damage vehicles, so we're watching for hail and strong winds. All right, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Lipscomb County in the panhandle of Texas. Radar continues to show a severe thunderstorm located about 6 miles south of Follett, or 10 miles northeast of Lipscomb. This storm is still moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. This storm is packing a punch, with radar indicating tennis ball-size hail and wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Folks, this means you can expect considerable damage to trees, mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. If you're outdoors, you're at risk of injury. Make sure you're moving to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. And remember, a tornado watch is still in effect for the Panhandle. Locations like Lipscomb, Higgins, and Follett are right in the path. This warning is still in effect for another hour and 3 minutes, until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Just to update you on a report we got, Beaver County, Oklahoma, 8 miles west of Slapout, saw a destructive 87-mile-per-hour thunderstorm wind gust at 7:35 p.m. Central Time. That was over 90 minutes ago. This corrects a previous report and notes 61-mile-per-hour gusts continued through 7:40 p.m. Central. Winds of this severity can cause significant damage. We'll keep you posted. Just in from the National Weather Service. Y'all, we've got a flood warning issued for the Navasota River above Groesbeck in Limestone County, Texas. This warning is in effect until Friday afternoon, with minor flooding expected along the riverbanks. Just in from the National Weather Service, Mobile, Alabama. A special weather statement has been issued for central Mobile County, including areas like Midtown Mobile, Pritchard, Saraland, and Mobile Regional Airport. This is for a strong thunderstorm, bringing wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour, which could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. This statement is in effect for the next 48 minutes. All right, y'all, let's get an update on the ongoing severe thunderstorm warning we've been tracking for parts of the Texas Panhandle. This warning is still in effect for southwestern Lipscomb, northeastern Carson, eastern Hutchinson, northwestern Gray, Roberts, northwestern Hemphill, and southeastern Ochiltree counties. All right, so here's your YALLcast for Memphis, Tennessee. Right now in Memphis, it's looking pretty cloudy out there. The temperature is sitting around 74 degrees Fahrenheit. We've got a light breeze coming out of the northwest at about 6 miles per hour. Skywise, there are some low clouds floating around 3,000 feet, with a higher overcast layer way up high. Good news on the alerts front, y'all. No active weather alerts for the Memphis area at this time. Looking ahead to tonight, it's going to stay mostly cloudy with a low dropping down to about 65 degrees. Winds will be pretty calm, coming from the southeast at near 0 miles per hour. There's a real slight chance of rain, maybe less than 1/10 of an inch, but only about a 4% chance, so probably staying dry. For your Thursday, expect a high near 81 degrees. It'll be partly sunny, but we do have a chance of showers and thunderstorms, especially after 10 a.m. That chance of precipitation is about 40%, and if it does rain, could see between 1/10 and 1/4 of an inch. Winds will be light, south-southeast at 0 to 5 miles per hour. Now, Thursday night, things get a bit more active, y'all. Showers and thunderstorms are likely, especially through the evening and overnight. The chance of rain jumps up to around 80%, and we could see a bit more significant rainfall, maybe between 1/4 and 1/2 of an inch. The low will be around 62. Then on Friday, we might start with some rain showers early, before 7 a.m., with a 60% chance. But after that, it's looking to clear up to mostly sunny with a high near 77. And if you're making weekend plans, it's looking real nice. Saturday and Sunday are shaping up to be sunny, with highs in the low to mid-80s. Perfect for getting outdoors. That's your YALLcast for Memphis. Remember, if y'all want your own personalized YALLcast, just send in a request through Super Chat. Breaking news from the National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma. We've just received a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of northwestern Oklahoma. This warning is in effect for northwestern Ellis County and west central Woodward County until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time tonight. At 9:12 p.m. Central Daylight Time, radar indicated severe thunderstorms along a line extending from 3 miles north of Shattuck to 8 miles east of Lipscomb. These storms are moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. Folks, this is a dangerous situation. We are talking about golf ball size hail, 1.75 inches, and damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. If you are outside, you could be injured. Expect significant damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles from the hail. There is also a considerable threat of tree damage, and wind damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Areas that could be impacted include Shattuck, Arnett, Gage, and Fargo. For your safety, if you are in these warned areas, you need to take cover immediately. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Do not wait. Stay away from windows. This is a considerable damage threat. We will keep you updated. All right, so here's your YALLcast for State College, Pennsylvania. Right now, out at the State College Regional Airport, it's cloudy with a temperature around 54 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind is coming in from the east-southeast at about 5 to 6 miles per hour, and visibility is good at 10 miles. Good news is there are no active weather alerts for the area at this time. Looking ahead to tonight, y'all can expect a chance of rain showers, mainly before 4 a.m. Then some patchy fog rolling in. It'll be mostly cloudy with a low around 51 degrees. That east wind will be pretty light, around 3 miles per hour. Chance of rain is about 30%, with not much accumulation expected, less than 1/10 of an inch. For your Thursday, that patchy fog will stick around before 9 a.m., then there's a slight chance of rain showers. Otherwise, expect partly sunny skies with a high near a pleasant 73 degrees. Winds will be light, switching to the southwest at 1 to 6 miles per hour. Now, looking a bit further out, Friday and Saturday are looking a bit soggy, folks. We've got rain showers likely on Friday, with a high near 70, and then showers and thunderstorms likely Friday night and into Saturday, with a high around 65 on Saturday. But hang in there, because Sunday is shaping up to be mostly sunny with a high near 68. So a bit of a wet end to the work week, but a nicer start to your next week, looking ahead to Monday and Tuesday with lots of sunshine and temps climbing into the upper 70s. Remember, y'all can request your own y'allcasts through Super Chat. Thanks for the Super Chat, G-Man. Got your y'allcast request for State College, Pennsylvania. I'll get that fired up for you in just a moment. Things are getting a little active out there right now. Alright, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Ellis County and west central Woodward County in northwestern Oklahoma. This warning is in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so that's another 47 minutes. At 9:12 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 3 miles north of Shattuck to 8 miles east of Lipscomb. These storms are pushing southeast at about 15 miles per hour. Folks, this storm means business. We're talking about golf ball size hail, that's 1.75 inches, and wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. That kind of hail can injure people and animals outdoors, and you can expect significant damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Also, considerable tree damage is likely, and mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings could see wind damage. If you're in or near Shattuck, Arnett, Gage, or Fargo, you are directly in the path of this storm. For your safety, please move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Do not stay outside. Okay, checking a camera in Seward County. There's a tornado watch nearby, so we're watching for signs of developing severe weather. Okay, moving right along to the SPC Outlook. This is for Day 3, which is Friday, May 30th. The Storm Prediction Center has issued a slight risk for severe thunderstorms across parts of the southeast and the southern mid-Atlantic. We're looking at cities like Charlotte, Raleigh, and Greensboro in North Carolina, plus Norfolk and Chesapeake in Virginia, right in the thick of that slight risk. The main action is expected from Friday afternoon through late Friday evening. During this time, scattered severe storms could bring damaging winds, large hail, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. The meteorologists at the SPC are watching a system that could bring enough juice, think warm, moist air, and wind shear to fire up these storms, possibly including some supercells. They've even hinted that if things look more potent as we get closer, some areas might see an upgrade in risk level, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. There's also a marginal risk that extends to places like Jacksonville in Florida, Baltimore in Maryland, Washington, D.C., New Orleans in Louisiana, and Virginia Beach. So for Friday, especially in the afternoon and evening, folks in these areas of the Southeast and Mid-Atlantic need to keep an eye on the sky and stay updated. All right, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Lipscomb County, y'all. The National Weather Service in Amarillo continues this warning until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time tonight. That means we've got about another 43 minutes to go for this warning. At 9:17 p.m. Central Daylight Time, radar indicated a severe thunderstorm located 9 miles north of Higgins, or 9 miles west of Shattuck. This storm is on the move, heading southeast at 25 miles per hour. Folks in southeastern Lipscomb County, especially near Higgins, need to pay close attention. This storm is packing a punch with tennis ball size hail, that's about 2.5 inches, and damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. expect some tree damage, and damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. People and animals outdoors will be injured, so get inside. You can also expect hail damage to your roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. For your protection, please move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And just a reminder, a tornado watch also remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the Panhandle of Texas. Stay safe, everyone. All right, folks, y'all bot here checking back in on that severe thunderstorm warning. So that warning continues for southwestern Lipscomb, northeastern Carson, southeastern Hutchinson, northwestern Gray, Roberts, northwestern Hemphill, and southeastern Ochiltree counties here in Texas. We're still tracking these severe thunderstorms located along a line stretching from about 8 miles southwest of DeRuzet to 8 miles north of Skellytown. They're on the move, heading southeast at a clip of 40 miles per hour. What are we looking at? Radar is indicating 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. That means minor damage to roofs, siding, and trees is possible. And we're expecting hail damage to vehicles. Areas that could be impacted include Wolf Creek Park, Skellytown, Canadian, Laura, Pampa, Kingsmill, Glacier, Codman, and Miami. This warning remains in effect for just under an hour, until 10:15 p.m. CDT. Now, for your protection, if you're in these areas, you need to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. And just a heads up, there's also a tornado watch still in effect for the Panhandle of Texas until 10 o'clock p.m. CDT. Stay safe out there, y'all. All right, so here's your y'allcast for Springfield, Missouri. Right now, out at the Springfield-Branson National Airport, it's clear skies, with the temperature sitting at a pleasant 68 degrees Fahrenheit. The dew point is around 52 degrees Fahrenheit, and the winds are calm, y'all. Good news, there are no active weather alerts for the area at this time. Looking ahead to tonight, things are going to get a bit cloudier. We're expecting mostly cloudy skies with scattered rain showers moving in, mainly after 4 a.m. The low will be around 56 degrees, with a light east wind around 3 miles per hour. Chance of rain is about 30%, and if you see any, it'll be less than 1/10 of an inch. Then for your Thursday, get ready for some wet weather, folks. It's going to be showers and thunderstorms pretty much all day. We'll start with scattered rain showers before 7 a.m., then it ramps up. It'll be cloudy with a high near 66 degrees, but temperatures will actually fall to around 63 degrees in the afternoon. Winds will be out of the northeast at 5 to 8 miles per hour. That chance of precipitation is a high one, up at 90%, and we could see a good soak-in with rainfall amounts between 1/2 and 3/4 of an inch. After that, Thursday night still has a 50% chance of scattered showers and thunderstorms before things clear out. But looking further out, Friday is shining bright, sunny with a high near 74 degrees. And that sunshine sticks around for the weekend, with highs near 80 degrees on Saturday and 82 degrees on Sunday. We might see a chance of showers again by next Tuesday and Wednesday, but we'll keep an eye on that for ya. And remember, y'all can always request your own y'allcasts through Super Chat. All right, y'all, listen up. We've got breaking news from the National Weather Service. A new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for central Jackson County in southern Mississippi. This warning is in effect until 10:45 p.m. CDT tonight, so for the next 1 hour and 20 minutes. At 9:25 p.m. CDT, radar picked up a severe thunderstorm located over Hickory Hills, or right near Escatawpa, and it's heading north at 15 miles per hour. Now, what are we talking about here? The main hazards with this storm are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. That's right, hail about the size of a quarter. You can expect potential hail damage to vehicles. And y'all, there's a good chance of wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. If you're in Wade, Escatawpa, Helena, Hurley, Big Point, Van Cleve, Hickory Hills, Gosher, or Moss Point, you are directly in the path of this storm. Also, this warning includes folks on Interstate 10 in Mississippi between mile markers 61 and 66. So, for your protection, if you're in these warned areas, you need to get to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Don't wait around. Take shelter immediately. Stay safe out there, y'all. Thanks for the super chat, Cat Daddy X3. I see you're looking for a y'all cast for Springfield, Missouri. I'll get that pulled up for you in just a moment, once we get through a bit of this current weather activity. Just in from the National Weather Service, a special weather statement has been issued for northwestern Woods and northern Harper counties, including Buffalo and Roston, for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour for the next 34 minutes. If you're outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. Okay, checking a camera in Pascagoula on I-10. There's a severe thunderstorm warning nearby for hail and damaging winds, so we're watching for any signs of that. Okay, checking a camera in Seward County. There's a tornado watch nearby, so we're watching for any developing storms or signs of rotation. Breaking news, we are just now getting word of a powerful thunderstorm wind gust, 70 miles per hour, reported 1 mile south-southwest of Kingsland in Llano County, Texas. This was recorded by Mesonet station FW7339 Kingsland at 8:35 p.m. Central Time, just under an hour ago. 70-mile-per-hour winds can cause significant damage. We will bring you more as this develops. Okay, moving right along to the SPC outlook for Thursday. We've got a slight risk for severe storms, stretching from the Texas-New Mexico border all the way into central Texas. This gets going late Thursday afternoon and rolls through the early overnight. Heads up in west central Texas first. That's where supercells could pop up, bringing the threat of isolated very large hail. As these storms push east-southeast towards central Texas through the evening, they could merge into clusters, meaning
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments, and design your storefront down to the very last detail. Get all the tools you need. Drive more sales with customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Build, manage, and grow from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
the storm, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations that could be impacted include Woodward, Moreland, and Quinlan. Folks, for your protection, please move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Stay safe out there. Okay, moving right along to the SPC outlook for Thursday. We've got a slight risk for severe storms, stretching from the Texas-New Mexico border all the way into central Texas. This gets going late Thursday afternoon and rolls through the early overnight. Heads up in west central Texas first. That's where supercells could pop up, bringing the threat of isolated very large hail. As these storms push east-southeast towards central Texas through the evening, they could merge into clusters, meaning damaging winds become a bigger concern. A couple of tornadoes are also on the table with those initial supercells. Key cities in this slight risk are Waco, Abilene, Killeen, Midland, and Odessa. There's a broader marginal risk covering larger areas including Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, and Austin, so stay alert there. Quickly, 2 other spots for Thursday. The Mid-South, around eastern Arkansas and southern Missouri, could see some storms Thursday evening with a low-end wind and tornado threat. And down in the southeast, southeast Alabama, Florida Panhandle, into Georgia, scattered storms Thursday afternoon and evening, with a note from SPC that this area, including around Jacksonville, might see an upgrade later if wind potential increases. Main takeaway, Texas, late Thursday afternoon into the night. Watch out for very large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado or two. All right, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning for central Jackson County in southern Mississippi. The National Weather Service in New Orleans continues to monitor a strong storm located over Hickory Hills, or near Escatawpa, moving north at 15 miles per hour. This storm is packing a punch with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. If you're in its path, expect hail damage to vehicles and significant wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Areas under this warning include Wade, Escatawpa, Helena, Hurley, Big Point, Van Cleve, Hickory Hills, Gaucher, and Moss Point. This also includes Interstate 10 in Mississippi, between mile markers 61 and 66. This warning remains in effect until 10:45 p.m. CDT, so we've got about another hour and 20 minutes to go. Remember, for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. All right, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Ellis and west central Woodward counties here in Oklahoma. If you're just now tuning in, this warning remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9:32 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Gage to 6 miles north of Higgins, and they're moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. These storms are bringing with them 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping-pong ball-size hail. Folks, the impact here is considerable. People and animals outdoors could be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. We're also looking at considerable tree damage, and wind damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Shattuck, Arnett, Gage, and Fargo. For your protection, you need to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. You've got about 28 minutes left on this warning, so please stay safe and take cover. Okay, checking a camera on I-10 east of Mississippi 63. There's a severe thunderstorm warning nearby for hail, so we're watching for that or strong winds. All right, CPC is showing for the 6 to 10 day period, that's June 3rd to 7th, above normal precipitation chances for much of the west, parts of the plains, the upper Mississippi Valley, and western Great Lakes. Florida, Alaska, and Hawaii are also looking at more rain than usual. Drier conditions are favored for the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, Ohio Valley, and also for Arizona and New Mexico. All right, so the SPC has updated their day one convective outlook, and here's the latest. There's a slight risk of severe thunderstorms still in place for a few key areas tonight. This includes southeast Colorado, northeast New Mexico, the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles, southern Kansas, and down into western and central Oklahoma. Also, a separate area in central Texas is under that slight risk, starting up in the plains, specifically southeast Colorado, southwest Kansas, and the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles. We've got multiple clusters of storms, including supercells, ongoing right now. These are capable of producing large to very large hail, isolated severe wind gusts, and even a tornado or two this evening. As we head later into tonight, these storms could grow into a larger complex, bringing a damaging wind threat as they push southeastward into more of southern Kansas and western and central Oklahoma. So cities like Amarillo, Pueblo, and eventually Wichita need to stay alert. Oklahoma City is on the edge of this as well, in a marginal risk. Then, down in central Texas, we've seen a couple of isolated but intense supercells this evening. These are expected to weaken gradually, but through dusk, they will still pose a threat for large to very large hail and localized severe wind gusts as they move southeast. Austin and Killeen are definitely in the hot seat there. Further southwest into the Trans-Pecos region, new storm development is a bit more uncertain, but any storms that do pop up could bring large hail and gusty winds. Finally, over in the southeast, a band of storms moving north from northern Louisiana into southern Mississippi and Alabama is generally weakening, but could still pack some locally gusty or damaging winds this evening. And elsewhere across the southeast, we could see some locally strong storms develop tonight into early Thursday morning. So the main concerns are that large to very large hail and damaging winds, with a lingering tornado threat in the plains for the next few hours. All right, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Lipscomb County, y'all. The National Weather Service in Amarillo continues this warning until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time tonight. That means we've got about another 43 minutes to go for this warning. At 9:17 p.m. Central Daylight Time, radar indicated a severe thunderstorm located 9 miles north of Higgins, or 9 miles west of Shattuck. This storm is on the move, heading southeast at 25 miles per hour. Folks in southeastern Lipscomb County, especially near Higgins, need to pay close attention. This storm is packing a punch with tennis ball-size hail, that's about 2.5 inches, and damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Expect some tree damage, and damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. People and animals outdoors will be injured, so get inside. You can also expect hail damage to your roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. For your protection, please move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And just a reminder, a tornado watch also remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the Panhandle of Texas. Stay safe, everyone. Breaking news from the National Weather Service in Amarillo. They've issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Beaver County in the Panhandle of Oklahoma and northeastern Lipscomb County in the Panhandle of Texas. This warning is in effect until 10:45 p.m. CDT, so for the next 1 hour and 6 minutes. At 9:39 p.m. CDT, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 6 miles northeast of Gate to 4 miles southeast of Mocaine, moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. The main hazard with these storms is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, indicated by radar. This could lead to minor damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Towns that could be impacted include Knowles, Mocaine, Beaver, Slapout, Gate, Follett, and Forgan. Now for your safety, if you're in any of these areas, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Also, please be aware that torrential rainfall is happening with these storms, and that could lead to flash flooding. Remember, never drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. And just a heads up, a tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. CDT for the Panhandle of Oklahoma and the Panhandle of Texas. Stay safe out there, y'all. All right, so here's your y'all cast for Washington, D.C. Right now in the nation's capital, it's a cloudy one, folks. Temperatures sitting pretty at 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Got a bit of a breeze coming out of the north, round 10 miles per hour. And boy, is it sticky out there. Humidity's up near 93%, with those clouds hanging low. Overcast at about 800 feet. Visibility is good though, about 10 miles. Good news on the alert front. Nothing active for DC right now, y'all. For the rest of tonight, expect that patchy fog to be your companion, and there's a 30% chance of some scattered rain showers, mainly before 5 a.m. Lows will dip to around 59 degrees. That north wind will be a gentle 6 miles per hour or so. If it does rain, we're talking less than 1/10 of an inch, so just a little something. Come Thursday, that patchy fog might stick around till about 9 in the morning. After it burns off, we're looking at partly sunny skies with a slight 20% chance of a shower or thunderstorm. Highs should reach a comfortable 79 degrees, with a light west wind at about 6 miles per hour. Now listen up for Friday, 'cause that's when things get a bit soggy. We've got a strong 80% chance for showers and thunderstorms rolling through, and y'all could see anywhere from 1/4 to 1/2 inch of rain. So Friday's looking like a good day to have that umbrella ready. That wet weather continues into Friday night. Saturday keeps a 60% chance of showers and storms in the picture, with a high near 72. But here's the good part. By Saturday night, things should start clearing out, leading us into a mostly sunny Sunday with a high around 73. And it looks like that sunshine wants to hang around for early next week, with temperatures gradually climbing. Back into the low 80s by Tuesday. And that's the weather scoop for Washington, D.C. Don't forget, if y'all want your very own y'allcast, just holler at me in the super chat. Just in from the National Weather Service, a special marine warning has been issued for waters from the lower Atchafalaya River to intracoastal city, Louisiana, from 20 to 60 nautical miles offshore. Expect wind gusts of 34 knots or greater, which could damage small craft. This warning is in effect until about 10:45 p.m. CDT. All right, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning for parts of the Texas Panhandle. This warning continues for southwestern Lipscomb, north-central Gray, Roberts, and northwestern Hemphill counties. At 9:36 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Lipscomb to 7 miles northwest of Pampa. These storms are moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. The main hazards with these storms are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Radar indicates these are strong storms, and you can expect minor damage to roofs, siding, and trees, with hail damage to vehicles expected. Locations that could be impacted include Glacier, Codman, Canadian, Laura, and Miami. This warning is in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so that's for another 38 minutes. For your protection, if you're in the path of these storms, you need to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And just a reminder, a tornado watch does remain in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the Panhandle of Texas. All right, folks, just in from the National Weather Service. We've got a special weather statement out for folks in northeastern Mobile and northwestern Baldwin counties, including Axis, I-65, and AL-225, and Stockton. Expect wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour for the next 45 minutes that could blow around unsecured objects. All right, y'all, let's get an update on the ongoing severe thunderstorm warning for central Woods County and eastern Woodward County in northwestern Oklahoma. This warning continues for another 30 minutes until 10 o'clock p.m. CDT. At 9:29 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm was located near Moreland, moving east at 20 miles per hour. This storm is packing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. You can expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Woodward, Moreland, and Quinlan. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Breaking news, a dangerous hail report just in from Lipscomb County, Texas, 8 miles south of Follett. We're talking 3.4-inch hail, larger than a baseball. This was measured by a spotter around 9:06 p.m. Central, roughly 40 minutes ago, who noted it had likely melted some. This is a significant threat. We'll keep you updated. All right, folks, let's dive into the latest excessive rainfall outlook from the Weather Prediction Center. We have got a slight risk, meaning a 15% or higher chance of flash flooding, pinpointed for two main zones today and into tonight. First, that slight risk covers central and coastal Texas. Think areas from the upper Texas Gulf Coast, including Houston, and then northeastward into central Texas. Renewed thunderstorms are expected this afternoon into the evening, fueled by Gulf moisture. The ground is already soaked from recent rains, so any storms that train over the same areas could cause widely scattered flash flooding. Second, a new slight risk has been issued for central and southern Kansas, also touching far northwestern Oklahoma. Later this evening, a strong upper-level disturbance will fire off thunderstorms. We are watching for potential back-building storms here, where new storms develop repeatedly over the same spots, especially with Gulf moisture feeding in and already wet soils increasing runoff. There is also a marginal risk, that is a 5% or greater chance rain has moved offshore there. And in the mid-Atlantic, a marginal risk includes the Hampton Roads area of Virginia, plus the Outer Banks and eastern North Carolina due to a stalled front. Good news for New Mexico, West Texas, and most of Virginia, as risks there have been lowered or removed. So, keep a close eye on Texas and Kansas for the primary flooding threat today. Breaking news. We are just now getting word of a significant severe weather report out of Lipscomb County, Texas. A report from 9:08 p.m. local time, about 40 minutes ago, confirms massive 3-inch diameter hail 8 miles south of Follett. Spotters actually measured hail at 3.24 inches, noting it had already begun to melt, meaning the original size was likely even larger. This is incredibly dangerous hail. We will bring you more details as they come in. Earlier today, we received a TSTM WND-GST report from 1 SSW Kingsland, Llano County, Texas, measuring 70 miles per hour. This was reported about 75 minutes ago. Mesonet station FW7339 Kingsland will continue monitoring the situation. Alright, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Ellis and west central Woodward counties in Oklahoma. The National Weather Service continues this warning as severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Gage to 4 miles south of Shattuck, moving east at 20 miles per hour. These storms are packing a punch, with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping-pong ball-size hail, which is about 1.50 inches. This is a considerable damage threat. Expect injuries to people and animals outdoors. There's a high likelihood of hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles, and significant tree damage. Mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings are also vulnerable to wind damage. Areas impacted include Shattuck, Arnott, Gage, and Fargo. This warning remains in effect for about 12 more minutes, expiring at 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For your protection, if you're in the warned area, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Just in from the National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma, a severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. This warning is for folks in northwestern Ellis County, Harper County, and west central Woodward County, all up there in northwestern Oklahoma. This warning is in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9:51 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 11 miles southwest of Knowles to 4 miles southwest of Roston to 10 miles northwest of Buffalo. These storms are hauling southeast at 55 miles per hour. The primary hazards with these storms are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. We're talking about potential damage to roofs, siding, and trees. This information is all based on radar indications. If you're in Laverne, Buffalo, Fort Supply, May, Roston, or Catesby, move to a sturdy building. Don't wait around, y'all. Just in from the National Weather Service, a special weather statement has been issued for Carson, southern Hutchinson, northwestern Gray, northeastern Potter, and southeastern Moore counties. Strong thunderstorms are expected, bringing wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles per hour and peace. All right, camera in Pascagoula on I-10. There's a severe thunderstorm warning nearby for damaging winds, so we're watching for strong gusts on camera. Looking at a camera in Pascagoula on I-10, there's a severe thunderstorm warning nearby, so we're watching for heavy rain and strong winds. Okay, quick look at the 8 to 14-day temperature outlook. This is for June 5th through June 11th. There's a good bit of uncertainty here, but the CPC is favoring warmer than normal temperatures across the Northeast and along the East and Gulf coasts. Much of the West into the Central and Northern Plains is looking near normal. Alaska is trending. Just in from the National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for parts of northwestern Oklahoma. This warning includes southeastern Woods County, northwestern Major County, and southeastern Woodward County. This warning is in effect until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, which is for the next 49 minutes. At 9:56 p.m. Central Daylight Time, radar indicated severe thunderstorms along a line extending from about 6 miles northwest of Avard to 6 miles northeast of Quinlan, and then to 4 miles north of Mutual. These storms are moving east at 20 miles per hour. Folks, the primary hazards with these storms are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. With winds like that, we could see damage to roofs, siding, and trees. If you are in